Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for your main event. Bum bum bum, UFC fucking fight night. Here we are. Bam bam bam. If you were here before, you saw some of the troubleshooting we did to get to this point, but you can't stop the powers that be from being. We are here. We are going to put on a great show tonight. Well, I'm not putting on the show. We're going to observe the show, though. UFC Fight Night is coming at you tonight. Starts 7:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we're about 10 minutes out from the fight here. We've got everything lined up on this end for an exciting show. We got some different predictions lined up here. We're going to go through each of the fights lined up tonight. And we're going to go through their past 5 or so fights, see what their recent streaks are like, wins, losses, compare that to their opponent. And we'll also compare the caliber of opponents they've been fighting. So when we look back at these past 5 fights, one thing I really like to pay attention to is, say they have 4 out of 5 wins in their past 5 fights. I want to go into each of those individual wins and make sure that the opponents they beat weren't feeder fights where Daddy Dana was trying to get somebody a shot at the title, because they did good with the audience. So that is what we'll be doing here. After that, we'll have some sure picks. We'll be going on DraftKings and we'll be placing a bet on some of those sure picks. And we'll see if by the end of the night, if we can't at least break even. That is the goal. When we bet here, we are not trying to get rich. You don't want to chase crazy odds. They will never pay out. If you can build yourself a parlay that's plus 5,000, I mean, good for you. That $10 will pay you $50. That's sweet and all, but it's not gonna hit. So we're gonna look at the sure picks and we'll make some informed decisions. And on top of that, we will be hedging our bets tonight. Yes, round robins are our new best friend. I'm kind of new to round robins, actually. I used to kind of just go right in with a parlay. I'd lose one leg of my parlay, and I'd find myself scrapping through the app there, trying to rebuild the parlay minus the leg I had just lost. Turns out there's this great thing called round robins. They do all of that for you. They take the guesswork out, and might cost a bit more, but I find they cover your bets a lot better. There's a much better chance that maybe you spend $20 more with a round robin, but you will at least have a significantly higher chance of walking away breaking even with that 20. And if enough of your picks land, we won't just break even, we will do quite well still, as if we had picked a regular parlay. So, with all that aside, I got no viewers right now, so hey, cool, this won't affect any of you, but to the thousands and millions of people that will be watching this back later, typically, we wouldn't do this because, we're streaming video games here. A kid could come and watch. I don't want to turn them on to something they're not ready for. But I think all of our UFC fans tonight, I think we're all a bit familiar with this Mary Jane. So, yeah, without further ado, let's put ourselves in the oven and bake at 420 for 10 seconds. And we will get on with this fight night. Oh, shout out to the one viewer, just in time to catch the toke. If that's my boy Vinny, this one's for you. If it's Deshaun, why you still watching my stuff, man? I'm kidding. I love you always. Yeah. If it's Dewey, if it's Alex, whoever it is, someone give me a shout out here in chat. Say what's good. We're happy to have you along for the ride here, so let's get baked and start this fight night. Holy Hector. Oh. Atlanta. I know they say If you don't cough, you don't get off. I got off just before this video started, so we're good. Ooh, that's some good stuff. Okay, so without further ado, actually, you know what? Let's see, the fights start here at 7:15. We are about to see, let's get, let's get these proper screens going here. So this is what we will be predominantly seeing tonight. As you are seeing my cam start to freeze, I'm just gonna go ahead and do this, because I don't think we need to see that stutter, and it gives us more view of this. So this is what we've kind of put together here. We've got all the bets that I'll be looking out for tonight that I'd recommend. This is going to be our round robin that consists of the main card, so a bit of incentive to stick around for the whole show. And then we just got some sure picks here. I couldn't really get a feel for this card here. Yeah, we got the pre-fight here. For these prelims though, it was a vapid wasteland of no vibes. So we've only really got 3 sure picks that we've got from the prelims here. Got a bit more of a vibe on the main cards. We've picked out 4. You'll see the round robin has 6. There's 2 I'm quite iffy about. One being Sydney. I don't know if he's going to be able to beat Cameron. And the other one being Rodriguez. I've heard he's looked pretty flat in his past few fights, but what really did it for... Oh, cat, really? Really, cat? Oh my gosh. Gotta love cats. Come on, man. Come on, man. I'm trying to do a thing here, my cat's... lovely. There we go. The other one is Rodriguez. Again, I was saying he looked a bit flat there in his past fight. He did win on a split decision where his opponent did win. Let's see who he's fighting here. What's his name? Oh, there we go. It's the main card. That's right. Santiago. That's right. So Santiago, they're both the same age. He's got a much more rich fight history. He's 39 fights to this guy's 23 fights. He only started fighting Daniel Rodriguez when he was 25, 26. So he's got about 12 years of wear and tear on his body, where his opponent has been fighting since his early 20s, late teens. So Rodriguez believes he's the fresher fighter going into this, and despite his lack of experience, that's what's going to give him the edge. He won by split decision in his last fight. When you look over at Santiago hasn't won by decision in quite some time. He's winning by knockouts. If it's not a knockout and it goes to decision, he's typically not winning those decisions. Granted, his past 3 knockouts have come in the 3rd round. That is very impressive for Santiago. So this is one that I want to give the edge to Rodriguez, as you'll see here. But my gut can't. It's one of those ones the vibe isn't right on. You know, Santiago, I think, might surprise us here. Does he catch Rodriguez and give him one of his first knockouts? That's we'll have to wait and see. I'm not sure. Rodriguez might be rocking a 1 knockout. Yeah, he's been knocked out once before, but that loss was coming to Gary Makachev, who just fought the last fight night there, and he will be getting a shot at the title very soon. So let's get the tablet going here. The fight is about to begin, and we will give some live reaction. This is the first fight here. I've already looked into this one a little bit. Let's just go ahead and mark this down. I think Ivana Petrovac is gonna win this one by decision. And I'll go get the tablet going here, and we will get some live reaction on this fight. Okay, and back. It's not showing. It said pre-fight a minute ago. I'm not getting any reads on what the fight is. Usually, you got the stats there, significant strikes landed and whatnot. So, I wonder if there's a delay of some sort here. Okay. Let's see. We're pulling up the stream. I definitely am paying for UFC Fight Pass. This is not being illegally streamed. Don't do that. That's wrong. If you're doing it, never admit to doing it on film. That's wrong. I'm not doing that. I'm paying I'm paying lots of money for this. Don't worry. Don't you worry. SP people. Sorry, I had something. Actually, I'm literally just in the process of. I'm actually just paying for it right now. SPN. Not going to site that's having a hard time loading this because it's trying to send me a lot of ads. I'm not. Well, let's see if we can load here. Maybe this page just isn't loading. Yeah, I think that's, yeah, walkouts. Okay, so yeah, we haven't missed anything yet. Walkouts, they're just coming out now. As the fight begins, Ivana Petrovak. God, how do people? I think they're just stumbling through their names. They must spend like the announcers must spend an hour before going out every day just running the names through their heads so they don't fuck them up. But she's starting this fight at the 260 favorite. So I think it's going to be an easy decision win for Anna here. Let's get the bigger screen. Oh, show you what's going on. So she did lose her last fight by decision. And it does look like when it goes the distance, she hasn't been able to pull off the win. She does seem to be a submission specialist. And as she's come into the UFC, you can actually see she hasn't been that successful. So she's got a really strong record. And this is one thing I really like to look at. And this actually starting to have second thoughts here on Ivana. I think when they come to the UFC and you see they have a couple losses like this, it's a sign that the competition is stiffer than what they're used to. So when they go up against a veteran, let's see. Miller, I believe, 7 fights in, 2 less than, but 1 more fight in the UFC and 1 more UFC, which does say a lot. She has been knocked out in her last fight. That says anything for her chin. Let's get the fight going so we can get actions. Okay, so we're looking at a really oof. Julian Miller is looking dialed in, that is for sure. So that's interesting. Both of these fighters, when it goes to decision, they lose. All of their victories come from finishes. She's never been submitted before. She's been knocked out once. I'm actually thinking Miller might take this. Miller's looking real good right now. Well, I would take Julian Miller at decision. See how the odds adjust here as the fight goes on. So you got live betting odds here as they adjust, and on the right you'll have the ESPN counter there, and that's going to show you their significant strikes, where they're landing, control time, takedowns. So Miller is still the underdog right now. She has had a minute of control time. She's controlling this fight. She does have less significant strikes. So she's really just wasting time right now, holding her against the cage. She's not landing anything significant, just controlling her against the cage. Ivan is really easily defending against this. She's actually regaining control now. She's got Julian against the cage now. Juliana. Well, you know what? This is why you stick with your gut right away. Because at the end of that... Show me this. How do we get here? What are we doing? So right now, we've got Ivana by decision as the prediction. And she's controlling with significant strikes. The judges are favoring her heavily, as in the first round. Miller keeps pushing her against the cage because she doesn't seem to be... Oh, actually, she's landed a takedown. She seems dead focused, set on a submission. If that submission doesn't land for her, she's losing this by decision. She's now mounted the back. She's a little high. She's going to get thrown off. So Miller's really turned this fight around. She's controlled Petrovic this entire round. She's been able to deal some damage this time from the control position. Miller's controlled her this entire round. 5 minutes of control. 5 minutes 20 seconds. It looks like it's going to be decided by the third round here. It was definitely Petrovic the first round. Miller seems to have clinched this second round. And now Petrovic is actually the underdog, and Miller has been favorited. It's hard to say which way it's going to go right now. Petrovic has more experience, but Miller seems to be dominating with control. She's able to put her against the fence whenever she wants to, and if she's able to land another takedown like that and waste the last round, the control time alone might sway that in her favor. Petrovic seems to be controlling this round so far. If Petrovic can keep this up on the feet, she seems to be controlling the striking game right now. Miller is now seeking the takedown, and here comes the clinch against the fence. The crowd's not happy, they're booing. She's trying really hard to sweep the leg. She really wants that takedown. Petrovic is fighting it quite hard. They're still against the fence. It could go either way right now. Petrovic has got herself off the fence. Miller just looks exhausted, trying to pull her down with her body weight. If Petrovic can shake this, I think that could secure her the round with the... Oh, they're on their knees. And I'd say it's safe to say Miller has secured the fight here. She's controlled her back again for the last minute, secured the takedown. Petrovic wasn't able to inflict enough damage on the feet to make up for it. Miller has now passed her almost in she's passed her in significant strikes, and her control time is more than 5 minutes, greater than Petrovic's. Miller is easily winning this. And that's what I meant when I said vibes were weird for this one. Really hard to call which way fights this closely paired are gonna go. In my opinion, I'd still give it to Petrovic. I'm a little biased because that's who we have here picked on our prediction sheet. But really, Miller had a lot of control with not a lot of damage inflicted. If you ask Alex Pereira, he would say that's enough to lose you a fight. If you ask Magomedov, he would say it's plenty to win. So we'll see. She has 3 takedowns with 9 attempts. So she had 6 submission, 6 takedown shakeoffs, 0 submission attempts. So I wonder if the judges are going to consider that 8 minutes of control with 0 submission attempts. And with that much control, you think she could have more significant strikes. So it's almost like Petrovic was able to still dictate the direction of the fight despite being controlled. So we'll see what the judges think. So let's see, he's got 2 losses here. His last 5, he's 3-2. He's being submitted by guys with 6 submissions, younger than him. New to the UFC, 2 back-to-back submission wins, though. That guy is a threat. So that's not a nothing loss. So running down the picks we got here, we got the walkouts for the Thompson Peterson fight. This one does look like it could be close. His Usman win, I think, is what's making people look upon him so favorably. He's been training with Jones. does make you think, but so he has 5 inches in reach. No, he's got 7 inches in reach, 5 inches in height, 10 pounds in weight. He's looking a bit leaner tonight. My god, Thompson looks a little autistic in person. Oof. Eesh. Eesh. Let's see how they let's see what the live odds think of Mr. Autismo. Oh no, his name is Thomas the Train Peter. Dude, he is autistic. No. No. You don't call yourself Thomas the Train if you're not autistic. Oh no. Come on, Train Man. Come on, Train Man. Gotta make it official here. Thomas the Train Man. Okay, the Train Man has landed his first takedown. Oh no, since this guy works with Jones, you know he's already going for the 12-6 elbows. Train Man doesn't have a lot going on upstairs, I reckon. So he can afford those shots. So we're gonna go Thomas by decision here. We had Thomas picked in our sure picks line. First sure pick of the night. And we're gonna lock him in at decision here. He's landed 3 solid takedowns now. He is just using big man's weight against him at this point. The bigger they are, the heavier they fall. Thomas the Train is showing us why he is the tank engine. Can I get a choo-choo in chat? The announcer just says the bigger they are. Yup. You would think him being the 5... Oh my god, he's just feeding him some vicious... He's really controlling this position, feeding him elbows. Unlike the last fight there we saw when there was a lot of control the entire fight, which honestly is why I'm surprised it was so unanimous by the judges, because despite the control there was no damage inflicted. This guy is inflicting damage with his control. He's making it look like a bully. Starting to get it. He was bullied for the autism growing up, and he is taking it out on this man now. Oh, is he gonna get the submission? Maze looks tired. He looks like that meme, I'm tired, boss. Yeah. Yeah, he's gonna land that submission there. He's gonna get that first. This guy's gonna. He's just tired. He's gonna tap. He's like, I don't want to be here. I'm tired, boss. Submission is plus 100 right now. TKO is plus 250. My theory, though, if he survives this first round, both big men too tired to do it again. Let's see, actually, when he gets a submission or a takedown, when are they coming? Which round is it in? So if he gets a submission, it's not uncommon to do it in the second round. He gets knocked out. It's not. It's typically first round KOs with this guy. So yeah, like I was saying, the big guys, they get tired. If to make it out of this, you'll often see it go to decision. But if he was able to beat Usman at the distance and was such a dominant first round, he's in May's head. He's got this. We've got surprisingly 10 significant strikes to 9 significant strikes against Mays there, so he's only down 1 significant strike. But control time, he's up 4 minutes of control with 3 out of 3 takedowns and 1 submission attempt. I'd score the first round 8-2. 10-8. And you can see how the odds are reflecting that first round there. Up 1,400. The unfortunate things about training with John Jones specifically, unless you're taking steroids, that's kind of what he's good at. Him big boy don't look like he's on the roids. So I think we've got a pretty, unless he, let's see, does he have any second round? When does he typically crumble? He gets subbed in the first. He gets, if you're not subbing him, he's going the distance. But when he goes the distance, the odds aren't in his favor. So I'm starting to think Thomas the Train by decision. It's looking a lot better than Ivana did, that's for sure. Let's see. He's landed another takedown, 4 for 4 on takedowns, as he pushes over 5 minutes of ground control. 10-9 seems generous, honestly. I'd almost call that 10-8. Mays did nothing. Honestly, I do say that, but they had similar significant strikes going in the end of that, so that. Just viciously landing elbows and forearms as he's in the ground control position. As you can see, the control timer keeps going up and the total significant strikes continues to rise as well. Now they're back to the feet. Let's see what he can do. Does he go right for another takedown? Oh, he's going for whooping uppercuts. He's looking for the late round 2 knockout. Oh, he's projecting his undercuts. So, yeah, takedown again. It's like he held a sign in his left hand saying, "I'm about to uppercut you with my right hand," as he swung it. Oh my god. Peterson's still controlling him. He's taking the back now. Mays isn't. Oh, he's full mount on the back. He's not too far up. He's got good position. Mays isn't going to be able to shake him off. Mays does a roll. Interesting. Scrambles, but he regains. Oh, into a devastating position. He's landing elbows. This might be the end. Minus 4,000. The odds are strongly reflecting what you're hearing. Devastating elbows. Some tiny head taps in there, but just keeps him constantly trying to guard so he's not able to shake top mount. I think we're starting to see some blood potentially on the nose or the brow. Maze. Boos coming from the crowd. Ref instantly tells them work to finish, and devastating elbows keep raining down. The irony of the Johns Jones student being fed the 12-6 elbows is great. Well, the first fight on the sure picks is looking pretty promising, and with the second lowest odds of the sure picks, actually we got a 240 here. Jillian Robertson and Montel Jackson. If they can both pull through, I have full confidence in boy Azamat here. Let's see if there's anything we overlooked here where maybe Rodriguez poses more of a threat than we considered. One thing I will give her in her, let's see, that's... Oh my god. Sorry, interesting start to round 3 here. Mays goes for a knee and it lands in a takedown there, turns the tables on him. He is 6 for 6 on takedowns. I think the refs are really going to appreciate that. He has 69 out of 95 significant strikes landed, where Mays has 14 significant strikes out of 21 strikes thrown. Actually, beg my pardon, significant strikes. Mace has landed 5 significant strikes, but that does drop Thomas the Tank Engine to 25 significant strikes. Got the totals mixed up. But as you can see, the money line reflecting what we're hearing here, minus 8,500. See if there's anything we're missing for this fight. Let's look a little further back, see what her history says. So she has been in the UFC for about 7 years now, roughly. When she had started in the UFC, she was on about a 5-win streak in a row. She's lost and she's had streaks again, but she's never lost and then come back and then continue to lose like that. So this could be the beginning of the end. You could say, though, she has never lost 3 fights in a row in her fighting career. But you could have said that about her last time when she had never lost more than 2 fights in a row. So who is she losing to? When it goes to decision, she is losing by split both times, so she is putting up a good fight. It's 23. I've seen her fight, honestly. I think I saw this fight between the two of them. Let's look back. Do I remember this? That was her last fight. Pierre. Yeah, I would have seen this fight. Honestly, this fight was close. Do you remember this fight being close? But I remember the young girl did have enough to pull it off. She fight. This girl looks pretty mean. She doesn't have a good record. She's beating Rodri. Who did she beat? So she's beating submission. So she is fighting high tier opponents. When she loses, you can give her that. This looks like a feeder fight, though. Yeah. So honestly, that win might even be a mistake. It seems like anytime they feed her any type of higher tier opponent, she crumbles, and they might be trying to retire this old dog here, as you see quite often at 40. And if Jillian Robertson is under, Jesus Christ, minus 10,000. Crazy. So she's 29. She does have a lower significant strike rating, but she lands more subs. She has a worse takedown. These stats are accumulated over a long career, though, that's been on a fade. This statistic, I imagine it's gone down, and it's gone down. And I imagine this has gone down a lot, too. Actually, her last fight did good. She's still a competitive fighter. I'm not going to rule her out entirely. They have a similar amount of fights. Goat Shed. I don't know how I feel about that name. Oh, Goat, like greatest of all. Okay, I get it. Oh, she's been fighting in the UFC even longer, and when she wins, boy, does she win by submission. Okay. Okay. She is knocking out people such as... Okay, okay. Actually, wait a second. This is the girl that she beat. Wait, so she beat her unanimously. The other girl knocked her out. Interesting. It says a little bit. And she fought her right after? When did they? She fought Rodriguez a year before that. Is Jillian getting knocked out? She's been knocked out once before. Question is more like, is this other girl getting submitted? $30-25. See, that's what I was saying. 10-8 the first round, unanimous decision. Thomas the Tank on drum. Choo fucking train engine. Called it. Got too excited for the frame right there, sorry. Oh, yeah. Quang Bang Lee. Quang Bang Lee, gonna bang him out, buddy? Serving up the bangers from Vietnam. Ooh, you're still mad at what we did to you. He's from Peru, take it easy on him. 100% takedown accuracy? What, do you land one takedown early in your career and then you're like, I'm never gonna shoot on anyone again. I'm not shattering that record. That's insane. 100% takedown accuracy with no sub average. So what, he just, yeah, he gets submitted, he doesn't sub. Just go. Okay, record. Okay, you're losing to McGee. That name's a little familiar. Oh my god. Sorry, McGee. The lighting there is really. The camera girl didn't have her morning coffee that day. Yeah. Well, let's see what Mr. Hadley looks like. No? Okay, well, the camera girl just didn't even show up that day. What are they doing? Putting this guy against people that don't take pictures. Oh, that was Bellator. Got it. Got it. Well, so he's pretty new to the UFC. His UFC record is 2-3. What's his Bellator record? Mixed in Bellator. You're losing to splits to guys like, oh yeah, Mr. No Face Hatley. This. And we're getting submitted by guys like Daniel Craig. Oh, Carey. Thought James Bond was there. It's like, no wonder you're getting submitted. Let's see, this guy's been knocked out 4 times, but you're knocking this guy out, eh? Oh no, you're submitting him. Okay, honestly, I don't think this guy's great competition. He got knocked out in the second pretty early, so he must have got dominated in the first. But he won unanimously against... I mean, he's got a similar record. Nah, but yeah, in his UFC, he's got walked on, so this guy's low competition. Afro Samurai? Boondocks? Sorry, I can't say that. I take that all back. I'm watching something on a tablet to the side, unrelated to anything I've seen on the screen so thus far. So yeah, I think Gaston is fucking overrated, man. I think Gaston's gonna get Quang Li banged. Quang Bang Li. Same age-ish, same height-ish, same reach-ish. So he's got more accuracy, but he can land more take. I thought this guy takedown average. So he averages. Oh. Yeah, so. Ooh, Quang Bang Li, what are you doing, bud? As Gaston's walking up, he's looking pretty sharp right now. Ooh, Quang Bang Li's been knocked. Ooh, yeah, I know Quang Bang Li isn't doing good in the UFC. I think I take it back. Yeah, I think Quang Bang Li is getting banged out. Go. I feel like Gaston might knock this guy out, actually. And that's what we're locking in as the fight starts here. Both sharing the center of the octagon right now. Oh, Lee coming in strong. Going for the takedown. Gaston defending with ease. Back to the center. Both fighting for control. Lee lands the takedown this time. He's got Gaston against the back of the cage now. Gaston is not just sitting there and taking it. He is scrambling for his feet right now. Lee is trying to capitalize on this. He's trying to seize onto his back right now. He's trying to whip him around. Gaston's got a wide stance. He's not going down easy. He's trying to break the grip of Lee there. Lee lands another takedown. He's mounted the back now. The initial impressions about Lee may have been correct there, where he looks wily. His record may not have served him well. And it is fair to say that Gaston is just as fresh in the UFC as Lee, so their fight level and IQ might be at similar stages, so this is a good matchup. And this also goes in the Julianne Miller and Ivana Provic vibes, where there was really no real vibes for these prelims. It could go either way. we're seeing Gaston now is an early underdog, which is a sway from the initial odds we had seen. I think he was starting at minus 120. So Gaston is still being controlled right now by Li Bang, or Bang Li. Rolling side to side, really trying to get out of that control there. Lee hasn't landed too many damaging shots from the controlled position, and honestly that's because he's been having to fight so hard to stay in control. The ref can say nothing about trying to advance position. Both men are fighting vigorously to escape and hold. And now the boos come in as the control slows down. I think both men mildly exhausted from the first 2.5 minutes of really struggling there. And I honestly think this is going to be a good foreshadow for what we're going to see come out of this next fight here between Jillian and Rodriguez. I think we're going to see Jillian control Rodriguez a lot of this fight here. I don't know if they're going to be taking it too much to the feet. I think Jillian is going to go for early takedown attempts, and I do think we'll see a submission attempt in there, but I think we'll mostly see control. Same way Lee has now over 2.5 minutes of control just in the first here. He has had Gaston on his back this whole time. They're both on the ground. He's had him from the back. This could go either way still, though. Despite being controlled and dominated this first round, he hasn't landed anything too damaging that would count him out yet. If he can get back to his feet and prove that he is still in this fight, he might have a chance in the second and third here. I'd say it's likely 10-9 Lee in the first. Quang Bang Lee. And here comes the boos raining in. They're not even posting odds on this fight. I think it's because it's really clear to see this is going to decision. Neither men seem to have intention to finish this fight, which is interesting to say just by the end of the first, when Lee seemed so intent on landing the submission in the first minute. I think Gaston is trying to ride out this round instead of wasting energy trying to fight this position that he's really tightly locked in. I think he's conserving energy right now. Yeah, the judges are kind of calling it the same right now. They think he's just trying to ride it. And I mean, Lee's got him locked in a way where what else would you expect him to do? He's not trying to finish it. He's just really controlling him on his back right now. It's mixed martial arts, but it's the Gaston raising his hands as the bell rings there at the crowd as they boo. I think he's a little fired up here to come out and do some real damage in round 2. We'll see in a minute. He's down just about 14 significant strikes, total strikes, but out of 17 strikes landed, only 2 of them have been significant from Lee, but he has had 4 minutes and 25 seconds of ground control in the first round, so it'll be interesting to see if they can stay on their feet for more than 35 seconds, if Gaston can change this in his direction here. He does have, I believe it was 6 knockouts we had seen in his record there, so there is a good chance that he could pull this off. He can manage to stay on his feet. Let's take a look. How many of these knockouts have come in latter rounds? Gaston going for leg kicks, leaving himself open for a grapple. They're exchanging some blows, though, both fighting for center, and Lee goes for the takedown. Gaston shakes it off, head kicks, he pushes him back against the fence. He didn't capitalize, body kick to the liver, spinning back fist. Both these guys are angry. exchanging blows, both standing their ground right now. Wild hooks being exchanged. Wild hooks. Gaston mixing in some leg kicks. The kick was caught. He's been thrown to the ground. Springs him off. Tries to regain his feet. He's trying everything he can to get Gaston off. He's on his back right. Or Gaston's trying everything to get Lee off him right now. He's still on his back. Lee's trying to gain side control. And it looks like Lee will be comfortable to ride out the rest of the round here. As we saw the first time, we have 4 minutes and 5 seconds into the remaining in the second round here, and if it's anything like the last round, Lee will sit in this position for the next 4 minutes. Gaston can't afford to allow this for an entire round, though. He does not have enough time to come back in the third if he just submits this round. He needs to roll out and continue to capitalize on the damage like he was on the feet. When they were standing, I think it's safe to say that Gaston was the better fighter there on the feet. He was landing the strikes better. Lee did get a good body kick in there, but Gaston quickly changed the pace on him. Oh, he's going for potential submission. Rear naked choke. It does look like he's under the chin right now. Oh, yeah, he's got it locked. He's under the chin. Yeah. Lee's holding on for dear life. Squeezing with all his might. Gaston's going out. Gaston's going to sleep in a second. He's going to sleep. He's asleep. Gaston's out. Out cold. Sleeping on the mat. Lee gets a sneaky second round submission. Gaston barely just regaining consciousness now, confused, wondering why the fight's over. Wow. Quang night to the dream killer. Ooh, Gaston is not happy. Gaston, that's why you don't make the sure picks list. Okay. Bang bang Lee. Okay, let's see. Quang Lee catches a really nice front kick from Gaston, throws him back, avoids the spring kick there and gets the back. Oh yeah. Textbook submission there. What was the significant strike total though? I think that was mostly a control fight. I'll give it to him. The start of the second round there, for a minute before he went down, it was quite interesting, and he was able to finish the fight shortly after that, so 4 to 7 takedown attempts. Yeah, my initial impression was honestly right. But that's why it's not a sure pick. So we go. Actually, my Google Docs loads at 1 millisecond per minute. Do that math. So now we got the Jillian Roberts fight, which I think we already know which way we think this is going to go. Honestly, I wouldn't put it past her to land the submission and retire Rodriguez right here, right now. But I never bet on a female fight to finish. So I'm going to go for the safe bet here and go by decision. Wang bang Lee. Technical submission by rear naked choke. Quang bang Lee with 8 significant strikes to hit his 10. 5 minutes and 47 seconds of control. 1 submission attempt, 1 submission landed. Wang Bang Lee, ladies and gentlemen. I think we are very confident locking in our Jillian fight predictions here. She has slightly higher accuracy, 1 less significant strike landed per minute. I think she can make up for that with her submission capabilities. She does have a higher takedown accuracy, but she's able to do more with the takedown, so she might be hesitant to engage her in a takedown when she knows she's more capable of the takedown. So she's going to want to try to keep it to the feet, which is why I think this might go to decision. Both fighters, I think, are going to be fighting for different angles here. The fight we're really looking forward to, though, Asma. I remember this guy's last fight. He puts on a performance. Who was it last that he fought? This was the only time I saw his first fight then, and I remember wanting to bet against this guy. I remember betting for him. I looked through his record, and he was an underdog because he had nothing to back up any of his records in the UFC. But then he came, and he was so dominant that he showed that he belongs. So I think he's getting... See, I think I recognize... But he's already so favorited because his performance was that dominant. He proved who he is. Significant strikes. These guys have huge significant strike accuracy. This could be interesting. He's got better reach. He's got the height. He's fighting a bigger opponent. And this guy's relatively new too, to the UFC. And this guy was new, and he beat him by knockout, and then he came in and he got beat by split. I do think this is gonna be a really good... This has, honestly, fight of the night potential on it. You watch. So what are the odds thinking is gonna happen here? They think she is most likely gonna win by decision. I think that's fair to say. And they think her best chance is decision as well for Rodriguez. I think Jillian's gonna make this look easy tonight. There is a... I have her by decision. The only way that this one is wrong here is if it ends up being by submission. So if you were betting on this, I would say you place this on dual method of victory, decision, or submission, which would bring you in at... Double chance. Jillian to win by submission or decision, minus 250. So not much better odds than if you were to just pick her. Let's see if you pick her straight up. So really you're getting yourself about 25 points, but when you know she's see, Patty Pimblett makes me question this. Sometimes you think they're gonna get the sub, but when they get you in that submission spot, they can start feeding you some shots when they're really dominating you, and there's a chance that Jillian dominates this so much that she adds another knockout to that record, like we saw right here, where she probably had her taken down for a submission, and when she was in that, she probably just fed her shots until the ref tapped it off because she wasn't able to defend herself. So I wouldn't bet the dual method here for that extra 25. I think you would be better off sticking to the minus 250 if you were to take that. Oh, I think this is going to be a really interesting fight. I think I've seen this guy's fight too. When was it? Go. See, maybe. I'm assuming Ultimate Fighter. Do you get a belt for winning the Ultimate Fighter then? And then he lost his Ultimate Fighter belt to. I feel like that can't be right though, because then wouldn't he have a belt beside his name? I don't know. It's pretty good. 19-3. He's just got more experience. Yeah, stand by that. This is gonna be a dominating fight for the Russian here. He got knockout last time. I think I picked him to go submission because he had a strong sub. I think I picked dual method on him. I wouldn't go dual method. I think you have to just pick him straight up. He's so rounded. He could come in, he could submit you, he could knock you out, he could take it all the way to decision and beat you, no problem. He could knock you out and submit you again before he had time to consider the first two things. So this is a dangerous man. I stick by that one. Let's see. So focusing in on Julian, she's got that 3-fight win streak she's riding in on. Looking really dominant in all past 3 of them too. She's in the top 15, looking for the top 10, trying to dethrone an old dog. Rodriguez is looking pretty good still, I gotta be honest. The last time I thought that about the person that went against Jillian's angry. Jillian's got that Wendy red ginger hair fury. is step away to get a bowl of cereal for 3 minutes, and you'll have to come back and see Robertson in the control position on top as we check in with what we've got here. She has a minute of control time. Significant strike. She has total 10 strikes. 7 of them have been significant compared to her opponent Rodriguez, who has 7 total strikes, 2 of them significant. Very much so dominating this. 2 takedown attempts, 1 of them has landed, and she is in the control position of that landed takedown attempt right now. See, the odds are ever changing here. They do believe there is still a quite viable chance of a submission, but I think less. Honestly, I do see it going to decision now, which we do see the odds constantly lowering for. Robertson in the almost minus 1500 favored position right now, so I think it's safe to say the direction of this fight is pretty well dictated. Very dominant round for Julian still controlling her from the top, switching between top control and side control. Julian tried to catch her with her legs. Rodriguez tried to flip it on her and tried to catch her in a leg lock. Quickly deflected by Julian, and the round runs out shortly after. A minus 2,000 nearly favorite right now. And it's performances like that that land you on the sure picks list. For the main card, picks to consider still. If you were to round robin these together, you could hedge your bets quite efficiently for $40 with a potential max payout of $150 with a very safe return of at least the $40. If you wanted something safer, I might recommend the round robin with instead of these picks here, because I really have that weird feeling again about Sydney, and I have that feeling about Rodriguez just above him there. I think come on. I think this fight could really go either way, and I really do think this fight could go either way too. I think we might see a fresher version of him than his fight record dictates, and I think he might feed it to this guy. But he's still the preferred pick. Oh, Rodriguez is trying to submit Jillian right now, and she's quickly out of it. Sacrificed her back for a failed submission attempt because ultimately she knew she would end up on her back. But yeah, I would recommend round robining these sure picks here, because those two might ruin your pick 4 and your pick 5 and your pick 6. You might get a couple on your pick 2s and 3s. You'd probably come in under your 40. These guys, I honestly think it's such a sure pick that you could see your max payout. You're not going to hit the 150 max payout because you're taking out the 140 and the 120 that got it there. You might see 40 payout somewhere closer to 80, but you could pretty safely double money with these picks right here and hedge your bet with the round robin. Jillian continues to control in the second round, a minute and a half in, and she's mostly been in control this entire time, despite one submission attempt. And now she's in the position where she could get this knockout here. And this is what I was talking about. Never make a assumption that a submission fighter is going to go for the sub. When they get you in that control, yeah, this is about to be a TKO. The ref's calling this in a second. Hammer fists, 3, 2, 1, and yeah, the ref calls it. And just like that, Julian gets a dominant knockout. Which is kind of the way I called it there. If we had to put a precise one on it, again, I wouldn't have gone decision. I do think I said go for the dual method, and then I said don't dual methods because the Patty Pimblett, you always just pick, if you're going to bet on it, the money line. Because it wasn't worth getting that. I think when we looked there just at the end, DraftKings had it at minus 250 for the money line, and it had it at minus 225 if you were to have gone dual method of victory sub decision. So it's just not worth ruling out that knockout victory when they're dominating so strongly in the control. I honestly think it's not impossible that we see this go to knockout as well. His one loss comes by, let's see, decision? Yeah. Never been submitted, never been knocked out. I think he's about to learn tonight what it's like to be knocked out. This is another one of those fights that I have weird vibes about. I honestly think Misha gets beat by decision here. So that's what we're gonna call it on here. I knew it. She retired that girl. She retired Rodriguez. I knew it. She was gonna retire that. I think I literally called it earlier in this. It's gotta be a wild thing, admitting it's your last fight. I wonder how that feels. She's just giving a really long-winded speech in Spanish. It's really quite beautiful. I'm really, honestly. Dana, if anyone can help with some money, I know this thing that knows some money. Way to call out Dana on the stage saying, "Hey Dana, can you donate money?" Dana's like, "I don't like that. Good thing she's retiring." Oh, this is gonna be a good one. This is gonna be a good one. Awesome. Yeah, so I think I was right. I think you get belt for winning the Ultimate Fighter. Well, excuse me, Jesus. Better out than in, I always say. I couldn't find the mute fast enough. Sorry, chat. First round knockout, second round knockout. He's able to go 5 rounds. No problem. He's well conditioned. Fighting an All-American wrestler. An Ultimate Fighter winner. Any second now, we're getting into walkouts here. A lot of his fights seem to go to decision. Whereas, let's see how many of my boys' last fights went to decision. Wondering why the crowd's booing so much, and I'm realizing it's America versus Russia. Loud USA chants going on here. I think the Russians are going to have no problem silencing that. Let's see here. An aggressive first couple seconds here, both fighters feeling each other's range out, exchanging long jabs and leg kicks. Good body kick by Loader. Bakiv not looking too fresh tonight. Bakoyev looking good now. Bakoyev's regained his stature. Nice uppercut he mixed in there. If he landed that, that'd be devastating. They're exchanging blows. Oh, and he knocks him out. He's down. He's down. He's already got Loader down. Loader's on the edge. Loader's shook. Loader's going to be knocked out. It's all over. It's coming to the end. 10 seconds. I give it. He's feeding him rights. The ref's going to come and call this off any second. Loader somehow regains stature. He's feeding him a front kick. He's trying to push him back. It's not enough. Bakiv's feeding him underhooks. Uppercut. Uppercut. Another uppercut. Left hook, right hook. Loader's just taking it. The ref's leaning in. Ref's getting ready to call it off. Loader's barely defending. He's just holding on. He's getting wobbly. Loader's still throwing an elbow, though. Still showing he's in this fight. Ref's not calling it off yet. Uppercuts, big uppercuts coming in. He's trying to knock him out. He wants him to sleep. 2 minutes, 50 seconds left. He won't be able to bear the storm. What a chin. That definitely secured him the first round. Not, oh, he slips him back again. Bakiv knows this is all the end, but if Loader could catch him with one good hit, maybe it's not too late. Loader's just, oh, and he's down, and he's down, and he's down. The ref's got to call it. The ref's got to call it, and it's off. Bakiv, dominant win. That is how you get yourself on the Sure Picks list. A dominant win. I think we called it Azuma by TKO. And he will have himself in the top 10 in no time with a performance like that. Ryan Loader came out looking so dominant in the first, I'd say, minute of that round there, looking like he had it all in the bag, making Bakoyev look a little underprepared for the level of competition he was about to face, but the power that he must have behind those hands, it was enough that once he had finally caught Loader, and there it is, one right hook right to the temple, and then hit to the chin, hit to the side. It's incredible he ate as many of those shots as he did. Let's see, he had total strikes thrown 53, 41 of those were significant, 35 of those were to the head, 35 big lopping right hooks, under hooks, all to head. Incredible performance. Incredible. Incredible. I wanted to call it fight of the night, but I don't know if Okoyev let that fight go on long enough for them to even have enough to go off. I love this guy. Who does he fight with? This dude is just a genetic specimen. God, he just looked so much. Oh man. He's like, I don't want to fight in fight nights anymore. I want the big show. The fight nights are how you get to the big show, bud. Actually, you know what? Honestly, this guy's getting a shot at the top 10. He'll be ranked this week, I bet. Now, the name Misha Tate sounds very familiar. Never seen any of her fights. Let's see. Really think that honestly, they really think it's going to decision, and they really think it could go either way. But they think if it's going to come to submission, that it's going to be Misha. So they almost think both girls have an even chance at this being a knockout. She's been knocked out 3 times. She's been submitted twice. She's been submitted 3 times and knocked out twice. She hasn't been. Yo, she hasn't been submitted since 2016. How many fights has this girl had? That's why I know this name, Misha Tate. Because she only fights every so often. She was big back in 2013. Yeah, that's when I started to hear that name, Misha Tate. Yep, she fought like, what, once a year? Yeah, she was fighting Ronda Rousey time. Misha Tate versus, yeah, that's why. UFC 180s. Or 168. So she was fighting Big name. She lost to Rousey. She lost. Crazy that one of her first fights within here, they're putting her against Ronda Rousey though for the belt. So she fought a lot in 2016 and found not a lot of success, and she's like, that's it, I'm done for 5 fucking years. And then she came back and she knocked someone out, and she's like, oh, that feels good. And the person she knocked out wasn't, oh my god, she's 47? God, I think these female fighters just run out of money and realize that they didn't do anything else with their life. Oh my god, 40, that can't be even, that's like Mike Tyson. The fuck? When was that fight? That was 2000. So like that's only 4 years ago. So she was like still 44. That's the oldest fighter I've ever seen. And she knocked her out. And then she gets 33-year-old pretty mid, but she's getting beat by her. She's getting beat by, oh my god, that's just, sorry. And then she beat this chick who arguably a lot of fights. I don't know if she's really in this. I honestly feel like they don't want to just disrespect Misha though, so I feel like they're gonna send her in against the dog. She's got significant strike average, really good significant strike accuracy, good takedown accuracy. So she's on a 3 losing streak, but she was fighting chicks like Holly Holmes and pretty mixed. Yeah, see, I don't really have a vibe on this. I do think she's gonna win by decision, but well, the cam's gonna be pretty leggy for some reason. Honestly, I can't even do that. Here, let's. I don't know what it is about those backgrounds that make it so leggy. Well, really impressive start there to these fights. I think it's been 3 finishes so far. Let's look back. 3, yeah, 1 knockout, 1 sub. Yeah, so 3 finishes out of what, 5 fights here. Only 2 have gone to decision. I think we're about to see another one go to decision here, though. That Misha Tate, she's old. I mean, no offense. I mean, she's 38, but that's UFC old. Her opponent's 35. Misha does have about 6 more fights under her belt and against much higher level fighters. But I don't think she has. It's gonna take here. 3 losses in a row, but she's fighting. Only ever seen her get dominated, but how? Yeah, she's 43. What's with these old female fighters? And she lost to Holly, and I don't know anymore. If she's losing a 43-year-old Holly, then you know she's probably getting fucking whooped by a 38-year-old. Yeah, you know what? Misha's probably got this one. Ooh, is it too late to change my mind? Oh, but didn't Misha take it beat by that girl who's old as piss? Misha fought a. This is her recent fight history. Her past 5 fights have occurred since 2021. Misha's past 5 fights have occurred since 2016. But I mean, that being said, she's had 4 fights since then, so on the one hand, that can mean she's well rested. She's come back off that a 5-year break, and she's gone 2-0. But again, the chick she's beating, this chick was. She lose by rate. I mean, that girl's a competitor, so. It's so back and forwards with these real solid win streaks either way. Oh, not right now, cat. Hey, buddy, I love you, but there's just no space. There's no space on me. I don't have the space to accommodate your presence, buddy. Switch fighter back to my buddy. Alright now, mister. Right now, mister. Misha has fought in title defenses. She was doing all her title defenses like a decade ago. And Nunes, she lost. She did beat in her prime. She was beating her back when McGregor was still good. Like, that's fucking 4 lifetimes away. Oh. She lost to Ronda Rousey 2 times in a row. See that before. 2023, 2022. So it's pretty much like one fight a year, and then she hasn't fought in 2 years. When she doesn't fight for a while, she seems to come back and see that was a short break there. That was like she came in hot, simmered, and did good again. Oh, this is a tough one. This is a tough one. I think Santos is looking like the sharper fighter. When she wins, she can win by decision. She's not finishing. She wins. She could finish you. That's the thing. Which makes me honest, I don't think she's gonna come in and get a finish though. Do you really think she's gonna get a go? No, I don't think Santa. Oh, this is hard to call. Hmm. Hmm. I think I'm gonna stick with the Diana Santos by decision. God, Misha's got some big titties. He's the announcer's like, she's got big goals. Yeah, that's what you're thinking as they zoomed in on those tits. Yeah, I'm feeling, seeing the walkouts here with Santos, I'm feeling pretty good about that. The vibe is feeling good. Okay, so we're gonna be taking Santos by decision here. Featured prelim here. Santos is ranked higher. Is the underdog though. I think people's memories of Misha might be influencing that there. Ooh, right at the bantamweight limit, 136. I'll take that extra pound. For 10. Yana Santos. Referee Kevin McDonald. First assigned duty of the night. Misha is looking pretty ready. She looks like she wants to tear. I think this is going to be an aggressive fight. Oh, yeah. Misha's going in. Oh, they're swinging. They're swinging. Whoa. Ooh. Oh my god. Misha's like using some mom strength right now, just feeding her hooks. I got Misha. Wonder if she's tired herself out with such an aggressive start, though. I don't know. This is a really high level fight here. Really back and forward, both fighting for takedowns, both staying on their feet, exchanging in the meantime. I'd give the edge to Misha right now. She does seem to be, but it's really neck and neck. It really could go either way. So as far as significant strikes go, we got 14 from Santos to 13 to Tate's. On takedown attempts, 15 seconds Santos control, seconds Tate. Tate tries for a headlock, misses. Santos is now trying to get some back control. She's got her against the fence, back to their feet, back to the center of the cage, exchanging brawls or exchanging throws again. Santos back against the cage. Tate looking for a takedown attempt as she shoots. She's putting a lot of pressure on, but it's relatively uneducated pressure. It's not anything, and it might just be exhausting her by this first round. Oh, that was a good hit there by Santos. It really shook Tate there. I think Santos recognized that. She's not rushing though. She's buying her time, letting Tate wear herself out. Really good combos. Oh, she hurt her leg there. She hurt her leg good. Tate looks noticeably shook. Oh yeah, her rear leg is really bothering her. Oh, she's gonna go down. That leg is gonna take her down. That leg can't support her weight anymore. $20 left. I think Tate wants to see this go to the ground to take some weight off her legs, but oh, what an exchange of blows. One of the better female fights I've seen in a while. Constant action. These women are brawling. Both looking physically well. Both in great shape. I think see where we're at the end. So Santos has a total of 4 strikes compared to Tate's 32. She has 38 of those 48 were significant compared to 22 of 32 were significant. 19 have been to the head. 47 have been attempted to the head. Yeah, that leg's really bothering Tate. Oh. Tate's really rushing in now, but it's not working. She's getting caught every time she pushes in. Let's see, we got Santos at minus 1400 right now. Tate, another reckless takedown, putting on reckless pressure. Tate's still in it though, showing that she's in for takedowns. Striking. Still, she's at total strikes compared to Santos's 65. 30 of those 40 have been significant, but 54 of Santos's 67 have been significant. A good body kick there from Santos onto Tate. Tate looks a little shook. She came into this saying she wants to take another run at the championship, and if she's 38, I think she recognizes that losing a fight to the number 10 ranked contender pretty much guarantees that she'll never make it up high enough in the rankings to achieve that title shot opportunity again. Her nose is bloody. I think she's gonna be shook. I do think this is gonna go way we picked here. Let's we'll confirm this here for the camera. We had Santos by decision. I think we're gonna see that one come to fruition. So far, our sure pick prelims have come true. Santos did not make a sure pick. Who could have called that underdog a sure pick? That would have been a wild thing to call, even though looking at Tate's record, it was kind of easy to deduce that it was going to go decision. but people tend to vote with their feelings sometimes, and Tate's name, I'm sure, was hard to bet against, but we do start off the main card, the early main card there, really strong, as we will see the Jeremy Stephens Mason Jones fight. I don't know a lot about either of these two fighters, but it is projected to be a banger. Tate's throwing some high leg kicks, but they're looking a little sloppy. Oh, Tate finally gets a takedown. That's 1 for 7 takedown attempts, though. I don't know how much that can count for this late in the third. Ooh, Misha is controlling Santos right now. She's been controlling her for about a minute and a half now, feeding her a lot of really damaging shots. She seems to recognize that she needs a finish right now. Santos is trying to get back to her feet, though. Oh no, she's got her back now. Santos may have opened up her back. She's still got the arm, it's not under her chin. She's feeding her big shots to try to make her open up her hands, though. She's still defending. She has to stay alive for 2 minutes. I don't think this round could be dominant enough to pull away the losing round 1 and 2. Minute and a half left. She's made it 30 seconds. Hasn't really done much in this position. Tate being on her back with Santos on her back on top of her. She's really just trying to occupy both her hands to keep her from getting an arm around her neck. Tate recognizing she has about 70 seconds left to get a finish if she wants to continue to see her dreams of a belt run. Now she's just hammering her hands like a drummer. She's desperately trying to finish this fight. Desperately. Santos is trying to get out. Tate won't let her go. Tate's not going to let her out of this position. She'll be here for the last 45 seconds. Tate's just pounding on her like a bongo. But none of them seem to be registering as significant strikes. She does have a total now of, what is that? She's thrown 200 strikes. They're counting about 100 of them. Only 45 have been significant. 5 seconds left, just not enough time to finish it. An impressive final round, but I don't think it's going to be enough to... Damn. So, significant strike. She had Santos through 94 strikes. 72 were significant. Seven takedown attempts, 1 takedown. She did manage 5 minutes control with that 1 takedown. She landed 15 out of 15 of her leg kicks. Did 72. She landed almost 30 more significant strikes. Like, she really did just outpiece her. I know she had 5 minutes of control there, but I just worry that she's gonna win this because Daddy Dana wants to see her take the run at the title fight. If she wins, it's proof why you don't let these things go to decision, because Daddy Dana has his ways.
Unanimous decision.
That's what I'm talking about. So I think we add another one to the win chart over here. So if anyone had Yana by decision, the Americans have lost every bout to the Russians tonight, and the crowd is not thrilled with it. I love it. So far, the only person, no, we've had 2 surprises so far. Lee was a surprise, and Jillian was a surprise. 2 people that we didn't really have good vibes on, though. So that wraps up the prelims there. We got 6 more on the way. Got these 6 precisely. These are the winners I think we'll see here. I'm not calling them sure picks, though. The sure picks from the main card, as we've seen, is going to be Jason Jones. I think is going to have dominating win. Let's see. This is the one that I don't have good vibes on. I think Cameron come out here, surprise us, kind of like Lee did tonight, where the scrappier looking guy is going to prove why that instinct is sticking out there. Then we're going to have Montel Jackson. I know this 17-0 streak looks really intimidating, but when you look at this guy's record and his, you see why they're paired up here. This will be an interesting bout, and this will decide the sure picks. This will, I think, be one of the hardest sure pick fights we have tonight here. And this one here, another no vibe fight. I really do think we will see Daniel Rodriguez win this, but the vibe's not right, so we're not adding it to the share picks here because I do think Santiago could surprise us with good swing. See, then David Ferguson, Frederigo, whatever his name is. I should have just stopped that. Gee, it's not even Davidson. Okay, so the Spanish looking guy versus the American dude. I do think the American guy is gonna win. I know the Spanish guy wants to make another run at the title, but you're 37. It just, we kind of saw there with Tate, doesn't typically happen post like 37, and that's why I worry a bit about Alex Pereira. Well, if he's not what we're talking about. So seeing his fight IQ, this guy's fight IQ is off the charts, and I think that is going to be more than enough to make up for, let's see, actually, he's got the reach, he's got the height. Could be dangerous if he gets in close, but being Dutch myself, I would like to see De Ridder do good here, but Bo Nickel's got some hype behind him too here. This will be an interesting one for sure. But yeah, so we're going Bo Nickel, going Corey, we're going Montel, and we're going Mason, and we're thinking the favorites will win this. Actually, I'm going to give this to the dog here, but honestly, vibes could go either way on those, so that's what we're watching out for here. Start with Mason Jones. Let's see, how do we think Mason Jones is going to bring it home here? He's not a sub guy, I tell you. He's not going to go for a submission. He's going to win this by a knockout. See, this is the guy coming in. That's right. That hat. Not a lot of luck when he was in the UFC. He's left and he's done great, and then he comes. Ooh, Mason Jones, you scare me a little, honestly. This guy you're fighting, I recognize him. Doesn't he have experience? 38-year-old, but oh yeah, that's a 38-year-old. They want this guy in the UFC, so they're really trying to fucking spoon feed him here. But all his losses are in the UFC. He was fighting good guys though when they brought him in. Jeremy Stevens hasn't fought in 3 years. He's getting knocked out, he's getting subbed, he's getting beaten unanimously. Kind of think we're gonna see Mason Jones knock him out. So we're gonna lock in Jones by knockout, even though again, if you're gonna take any of these sure picks, I wouldn't take knockout or decision or anything. I'd just bet on the money. So, but for the razor precision of what we're trying to do here, I safe to say TKO. So we will see. So they really do seem to think it's gonna go the way of decision or knockout. It's actually more likely that he's gonna win by knockout, and they're just really not thinking Stephens is gonna win this. Plus 11 by decision is insane. Yo, so Bo Nickel, Andy Ritter is gonna be a sub fight. Sub fight both. That's insane. I like that. I like when instead of putting a striker against the submission artist, they put submission artists against each other. That's when you get the best fights. Oof, Stevens with a nice high head kick right off the bat. Exchanging some good leg kicks there. Oh, a nice spinning head kick. Stevens is going for big. Oh my god, another good head kick. Jones, his fight IQ is really off the charts here. He is picking the legs, reading the openings it's creating above, taking the hooks to the head. Really just picking Stevens apart slowly. I do think we could see that TKO come round 2. Stevens is having a tendency of wanting to give receipts or get a little bit of revenge. A big shot gets landed on him, whether it's a hook or a leg, and he seems to return in nature. Jones just caught a really good hook to the nose. He is shook. He's delivering the same caliber back to Stevens, who seems to be absorbing the hits better than Jones is. Powerful leg kicks here. Jones's nose could be broken. Oh, Steffen's going for whooping uppercuts, trying to turn his lights off. Significant strike wise here. Oh man, we've already got. He's thrown 100 strikes, 42 of them have landed. Oh, big knee to the head. He got his attention with that one. Stevens is a little shook. Jones, though, getting a little reckless, trying to close that gap. Steven is still throwing bombs. Stevens looks like he might be going for a takedown here late in the round 2. Big takedown. Trying to turn it into a submission attempt if possible. He's not just settling for side control. Back to their feet, though. He's going to try to take him down again, trying to show him how easy it was the first time. Lays him out this time. Gets his leg wrapped around his back. Oh, and he was thinking about feeding the head, but he realized the neck was wide open and he hooks the neck. He's got 10 seconds. Nah, his chin's down. If this was a bit later in the round, or a bit earlier in the round, this could have been a sub, but it's enough to count for the sub attempt, I think. Some nice damaging shots. I think Jones might have a broken nose, though. Intermission for a couple seconds here. Jones is really trying to end this fight here. Mouthguard was out. Got it called quick. Mouthguard's back in, and they're back to swinging for the fences. Oh, crazy uppercuts. Oh, they're in. Oh, this is looking dangerous for Jones here. Jones is kind of throwing caution to the wind. He's going for these close blows here, and Steffens looks like he has more power in this up close clinch here. Jones said he had a plan A, B, C. It's good if he sticks to those plans here. He can't close the gaps that recklessly. Oh, spinning back after a flying knee. Jones is really trying to stun on him right now. Steffens just unfazed this entire time, though. 16 significant strikes for Steffens compared to the 47 for Jones. Just, oh, and we're seeing a bit of blood now from the brow of Steffens. Another spinning back fist. Devastating one. The fact that he's still standing is insane. Goes for another flying knee. He is just pulling everything out of the arsenal. Uppercut, uppercut, and close. Oh, Steven's still trying to put him to sleep. Steven's still trying to catch his attention. Halfway through the round 2, and both guys have knockout powers in every swing. Stevens has now knocked the mouth guard out of Jones's mouth. $87 significant strikes to 52 significant strikes. A nice kick to the head. Stevens still being conscious is so impressive. Oh, and he catches him with an uppercut. That catches Jones's attention still. Splits him under the eye. Goes for a spinning back fist, and he catches his back in the process, and he's gonna go for a takedown attempt now. Stevens showing why he is a rugged. Brings him to the fence and starts feeding him significant strikes. Jones turns it around though, back to the center, exchanging blows. Oh, Stevens goes for the spinning back fist, and Jones ducks it, gets the takedown. The crowd's booing somehow at the most intense fight of the entire evening. Pulls him back against the cage, gets him flat right on his back. Very impressive. Stevens just tries to get his head pinned under, but he can't. They're both just trying to waste these 20 seconds here. They're kind of catching their breath. Jones still progressing though. Gets on his back again. Ending the second round the way he ended the first round, with his arm around his neck, essentially 10 seconds away from a potential submission attempt. Easily the most intense fight on the card so far. We got Jones here at a minus 1450, which is where we've seen a lot of the favorites sit at the end of round 2. Both men instantly trying to end the fight the second the round starts. Still all swings for the fence. Oh, and he gets the back. Smart. Oh my god, Jones takes him down like it's nothing. Scoops him low. Starts landing some elbows. Jones needs to do this though. As much as the people are going to boo against it, he has 2 rounds in the bag. Stevens can turn the lights off at any moment if you catch a hit wrong. So when you're this high up, you want to just get them in a position of control and hold them there against the fence. Don't risk 2 rounds up for a fancy takedown on a guy that can take you down just as quick. At the same time, I'm going to say Jones doesn't look like a guy who's just going to sit back and take an easy decision win. I think he's going to continue to try to finish this. So it's coming out now that Jones's corner told him no more dirty boxing, go all the way on the takedowns, and that's what we're seeing executed here now. Jones a much better wrestler we're seeing than Stevens. He's able to really just flatten him out. Every time Stevens gets back to his feet, he doesn't seem to have a lot of takedown defense. Got here, he's 4 for 7 on takedowns. And are we gonna get another one here? Yeah, takes him down. Oh my, what a roll. An interesting Jones showing quite powerful athletic prowess. This crowd wants blood. They're in a very technical hold right now on the ground, and the crowd is just not having it after the bloodiest 2 rounds you've seen all night. So what do we got here? Total strikes. Stevens had 46 to Jones's 101. Stevens is back to his feet. Jones still has him from behind against the cage. Is he gonna take him back down again? Oh, another dirty takedown. How can the crowd possibly boo such a beautiful takedown? Watch boxing. So we got Mason Jones, 106 total strikes. 102 of his 106 total strikes have counted as significant strikes. Both fighters, though, I'm seeing 67 significant strikes, or total strikes to 60 significant strikes. He's got 5 minutes of control, 7 takedowns. Another takedown from Jones. Wow, that was a dominating performance, I'd say, by Mason Jones. If that went any other direction, I would be shocked and appalled. So with that, we're gonna take another small little intermission here. Gonna hit a little tokeski with the lady friend. Liv, if you ever watched this, oh, where'd the camera go? You ever watched this back? Sup, cutie pie? Bet you're looking extra beautiful today. Anyone else watching this? Yeah, it's called Cringy Cruise for a reason. You had to endure a bit of cringe. Oh well. But yeah, so we're ending with 104 significant strikes to 60. 6 minutes of ground control compared to 11 seconds. Yeah, I think it's safe to say that we're going to come back and see that Jones won this by decision. So that is going to put us... Jones did win, which is why he is in our sure pick category. But for our razor sharp decision, how they win, yeah, like I suggested at the beginning, I wouldn't have taken the KO or dual method. You always go money line, but we had to pick, so... I honestly think Cameron's gonna win this. I'm changing my mind. I know earlier we put Sydney up there, but an underdog has gotta win this, and... but every single Russian on... But he's not Russian, he's Ukrainian. Higher significant strikes, pretty much the same accuracy. He's gonna go for takedowns. Question is, are the takedowns gonna be... See, this is why this one falls in the category of weird vibe, and it got left out. It's not a sure pick. I don't know where to put this one, honestly. It's the other day. A lot of these fights are like, I'm gonna click on this. He has like no wins. Okay, actually, it was this. Yeah, into this one. He's hit or miss. Oh, and this is the guy that, yeah, he got the series, that guy back to back. And then it was so good they actually gave him a, and I saw that fight. He was good in this fight. Yeah, I'm gonna have to say it is why I picked him earlier. I do remember comparing these guys in more detail now. Sydney has more experience, and I think that is going to, unless this is another Bang Lee situation again, where the riper looking guy is gonna show that show some of that vigor. But I think we're gonna be safe in saying. So yeah, we're gonna go Sydney by decision here. I think this guy has a chance to be something, and he is off a hot streak right now, but I don't think he's got enough experience in the UFC. This guy has seen some actual bouts here. So yeah, with that, we're gonna take a quick little intermission. I'll leave this going so we can see the live odds if I'm not this fight gets underway. See, no, I don't think. See, this is that vibe. This is that vibe that when you don't have the vibe, you can't be sure. I really do think I could be looking back at this saying, yeah, I don't hit Cameron, but something about Series City. We'll see. See how the live odds change here. They do think if Cameron is going to win this, it is most likely going to be by decision. I think if Sydney wins this, it's going to be decision. So I think that's likely what we have to look forward to here. So I'll leave those stats up here in just a moment. So we called it. The vibes were off for that last fight, but we did call it. Let's take a big look at that one. I kept calling him Sydney. It was City. Why are you calling yourself City with an S? This next one I am really excited for. 17-0. Montel Jackson's still the favorite though. Oh, look at those eyes. So, how do we think this next one's gonna go? I already did have Jackson as my sure pick, but it's how do we think Jackson was gonna win? He's a knockout fighter, but he's fighting a guy that's never been beaten, so I'm gonna give it to him by decision. So far, Montel Jackson is controlling this fight, which is expected to see. As you can see right here in our sure picks. See what our live odds are saying. So we got 10 total strikes compared to 3 total strikes. 3 of those 10 significant, 3 of the 3 significant. About a minute of control time, 1 takedown attempt, 1 takedown landed. So it's safe to say in the first half of the first round, Jackson is looking like he's gonna come out dominant. Crowd reaction getting a little negative. They've seen a lot of blood tonight, so being short of carnage is, I guess, disappointing. This crowd. Okay, Marcos lands the takedown. Hard to say for sure, but I think Tell definitely came away with the first there. 2 minutes of control, or no control. I thought Marcos landed a takedown, but I must have been mistaken. 3 takedowns. That shows good. Oh, yeah, no, the control just updated. Okay, so 5 seconds of control. Didn't land a takedown. No, 8 seconds. Okay. They're counting it. Oh, ESPN's a little behind right now. Hey, they're at a minute 16. Marcos has Jackson on his back now. Did land a takedown. So they really think it's gonna go decision. They're thinking it's leaning Jackson so far. Both just exchanging blows here, taking turns fighting for center position, ending up against the cage. So we got halfway the second, about on ESPN here, seeing 37 total strikes from Jackson to Marcos's 10 total strikes. 10 of those strikes, 7 were significant. 37 of Jackson, 12 significant. Borderlining the same amount of control, 2 minutes from both sides. Crowd definitely expressing disappointment. The less bloody fight here. They've been pretty spoiled with a lot of finishes. We've all been. So Jackson Jones showing us why he makes the sure pick column. Dominant display against a hardened veteran. Can Montel Jackson, with starting odds of -2 and going into the third round, odds of -560, can he the win over Daniel Marcos? Marcos now the +390 underdog. Start of the third, he is +500 to the mile, very quickly -145 favorite. You want to say strong start to the third round, but it's more so consistent, if anything. More sure than Jackson is going to win. They think it's going to be by decision. Jackson putting on just enough of a display to hopefully win here in the start of the third. ESPN still showing us the end of round 2 here. What I can see, it is promising from Jackson. From this aggressive takedown here from Jackson. Right back up though. A lot of control against the fence. Marcos being controlled by Jackson on the fence, still manages to land the takedown. He's now got Jackson from behind. Jackson is just so tall though that it looks like he could get out of this position with some ease here, and yet up to his feet. Despite giving up his back, he's been able to stand up. He's just trying to work off Marcos's hands from his hips. Marcos just swinging for it, but I think the less reach and just getting big reactions from his feints here. Jackson has certainly got a reaction from Marcos. His reach advantage is paying dividends right now. Not doing much though in these positions. Marcos pins again Jackson against the fence, gains more control, and he's not doing any damage in these positions of control, mostly just burning time when he needs to be landing strikes or making at least a submission attempt, but Jackson has proven he has too wide of a base to take down for Marcos' strength, so I think he should focus on a wild. He has to end it here in the third, and it's not going to be by submission. He's been outstriked. It's 18 significant strikes to 12, but 51 total strikes to 16. So the volume striker is Jackson, and that is what the refs will be looking at here. So he's really going to have to do something to stand out here in these last minutes of the third round. I would be disengaging, but he still continues to hold Jackson against the fence, and I honestly think Jackson is okay being held in this position. He's landing more damage than Marcos. It's burning the time for him when he's clearly up 2 rounds, I'd say. There we go. Jackson breaks hold, lands a knee to the head. Marcos looks very respectful of Jackson's power, getting lots of reaction. Just backing up. Marcos goes for the spinning back fist, but gets taken down with ease. Still going for Jackson's, not completely giving up. He tries to go. Oh, is he gonna land the submission in the last? Jackson going for the submission. It's tight. It's tight. Oh, but he's giving a thumb. He's giving a thumbs up, saying he's still good. 20. He's got to survive. Yeah, he whirls out of it, but that submission attempt should be enough right there to seal it. Yeah, and Marcos spins out, tries to take him down, but Jackson just again shows him his back and just works his hands off his hips. Marcos finally exchanges a couple blows and gives one haymaker at the very last second. It's the energy he had had throughout the fight could have done something, but too little too late, I'd say. I think Montel Jackson did plenty there to secure this fight. We'll see on this PN clock here. I'm a little bit ahead of it still, but it will show very favorably here for Jackson. As you can see, the live odds here on the side have settled. Pre-fight odds for Jackson, we went at minus 245 here. I think it ended at minus. The last I saw was minus 1450, but I'm sure that could have gone anywhere north of 10,000 by the end of that fight. We are seeing still in the last 3 minutes, Marcos did have more control time, but his control was all meaningless. He was holding him against the fence, wasting time. As you can see, no strikes are being landed here during this control time. If his corner told him to burn time because he's up 2, then that was bad information. He's 17-0. It's a really poor effort to give up that record. Let's see how many of these fights have been in the UFC. So many of these have. Yeah, we checked into this against relatively notable opponents. Like, not great necessarily. This is certainly his highest tier opponent. I guess they were trying to build something up. If he could have won tonight, I'm sure they would have loved to have given him a bigger fight, but I think Montel Jackson will be walking this here.
7 winner by unanimous decision, Montel Jackson.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you yourself on sure thing pick Montel Jackson. So this one actually would have been good so far. Sydney did win. Jason pulled it off. Jackson pulled it off. We're about to see now if Daniel Rodriguez is the underdog that would have proved all of this right here. Almost starting to hope that he loses. Sure would have hated to double guess the sure picks, but you know that's why they're sure picks, because I'm not sure here. So that both of these fights belong on this spot where they are. They don't reach sure pick caliber, but if this needs to be validity for anyone watching. If catch these odds live and you ever see any of these here, feel free to double down on that. You got my so far. You got the history. We are 2 away from proving a 7-pick parlay, which is, I mean, yes, they are all on favorites, but a lot of these other fights were favorites too. You got to know the favorites to pick. And I mean, when beating your favorites, you got to know when to look into that, because some of these I've noticed, especially fight nights, they like to put in some guaranteed fights. They want to see some people get propelled. They want to retire some people in these lesser events without the big pay-per-view dollars behind them, like an actual event night. So paying attention, you can catch some 5 odds, some 350, 320, 600, 500, 400. Look into them and you know who they're going against. Sometimes there's just hand-me-outs here. So you're watching this and you need a UFC bookie, I should be here for more. Stay tuned. So here we had Jackson by decision. See, yeah, and this is where I think this one would have gone wrong. The more, I don't think Rodriguez gets this, and maybe I think. See, no one else has made this, but I've gone against my gut at the time here, and I've been wrong. But again, that's why you're not on the sure picks list, because I'm gonna go against my initial gut instinct here of what this was. Most times when I've done this, when I change my mind leading up to the fight, it often proves me wrong, and I see why my research paid off. He's fought some high tier opponents, not mistaken. Yeah, that's just it. He's not losing to nobodies. It's not a terrible record. And they're both 38 though. He's coming off a more dominant win. 3rd round knockout, so he took more damage in his last fight. Rodriguez is the fresher fight. I think what made me think against him is when it goes to decision, he loses. Split decision lost, split decision lost. He needs to win by knockout. If he's not getting knockout punches, I think the wear and tear is there. He started later, probably focused more on technique. He's winning these split decisions. He is getting knocked out, but like, Ian Makachev, Gary does have at least the knockout power of that guy. But he's a more technical fighter. Maybe subbed. He's gonna be getting subbed. Then he took this guy to split. Yeah, I think I'm gonna honestly stick with the guy. I think he wins by split decision. I'm taking the dog. I think it's gonna be like the second dog to win tonight. Actually, third dog, because Tate was favored. Bang Lee. Lee Bang. Wah Lee Bang. Wah Bang Lee. I don't know what it is. Something like that. Okay, who's looking fresh? Who's looking for? I mean, Rodriguez has a good tan. Got a great tan. Is 50 shades of darker than before. That adds to his fight prowess. Let's see what live odds are now. At the start of the fight, Rodriguez is mildly an underdog, but it's pretty much a pick'em. They won't even put a line out on it. It's just straight money line. They won't even pick the odds. Pretty even here to start. It's a pick'em so far. Oh, here we go. We got the lines now. So they've favorited to be a decision. really just picking each other apart here. Jabbing, feeling each other out. Looks like they're trying to go the distance. Oh! Oh! Rodriguez catches a front kick. He falls down. He catches a hook. Realizes he stunned him. Hesitates for a moment and then closes in like a shark, sensing blood. Now Santos is just throwing wild hooks left and right to try to keep him back. Nothing landing. Definitely stunned. Rodriguez clenched the first round with that, no doubt. And he gained the confidence, I think, to the third here. Yeah, and he's very clearly fighting a stunned Santiago right now as he pushes forward. He faces very little resistance in landing shots. I don't know if Santiago is trying to lure him in a little bit right now. No, there's Rodriguez is certainly an overhead hook from the right hand landing on the top of the dome. Everything he did there looks like it landed good. I'd say that first round was 10-9 to Rodriguez. Now to the second round here, we can see Rodriguez is a minus 400. So he didn't make the sure picks list, but he did make the round robin pick, where it's not a sure thing, so you'd want to cover your bets, but some lots here. Yeah, still land here in the first round. A bit slower start, but they seem to pick up steam. A lot of leg kicks here. Santiago still looking for the knockout. Big swings. Hasn't caught Rodriguez with anything significant yet, but oh, and Rodriguez lands another stunning hit. But he shakes it off pretty quick. He tries to capitalize on it, but his footing back, fighting for center. Rodriguez does have Santiago. Can't tell if Santiago is baiting, trying to little days to lure Rodriguez in. If he's thinking when he's close enough he can catch him with uppercut or a right hook to the temple potentially. going at him with a constant overhand right. Okay, Rodriguez now backing up. He's on the defense. Flex a takedown attempt. Back fighting for center position. Just exchanging overhand hooks. Rodriguez drops his hands a lot. Santiago's really starting to try to capitalize. Rodriguez hasn't looked too stunned yet, but Santiago's sensing something. Goes for a takedown attempt. Gets snubbed. Flex it. Rodriguez looks to do it with ease. Rodriguez seems to be expressing a little frustration. Santiago goes for another takedown attempt. Is fighting it up. Looks like he's gonna get out. Shakes it off. Looks like he's yelled, "Come on," at Santiago. Here looks like he wants to stand up. Both those guys looking. Oh, and Santiago finally gets a takedown. See what he does with it. Rodriguez seems to be getting more off his back right now than Santiago. The judges wonder if that last minute second round takedown from Santiago was enough to win him the round. Looking at what I'm seeing in strikes here, though, just halfway. This second, I don't feel like that could be too right. Then again, at the very end here, we are seeing it's only a minus 140 now for Rodriguez going into the third. They're quite certain it's going to be a decision. People still think a knockout could be around the corner. That's pretty low odds still. So we got the start of the third round here. ESPN still a little slow there. Oh, Rodriguez knocks him, and he's down. Knocks him out. Just like that. Done. Out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. If you're watching this countdown right here saying 30 seconds left, and you're seeing the significant strikes even out, and you're starting to think, okay, he's landed a takedown here, and the odds were starting to close in a little bit. No, Rodriguez shows you why. You're back out that cam, little getting too excited for the frame rate. What's going on here? So it looks like Rodriguez. It looks like Sydney. It looks like Jones. Wow. Pretty good. So if Bogle and Sandhagen, Sandhagen? I'm gonna go Sandhagen. If they both win, that means we got 9 picks, right? I think that's pretty darn 9 picks out of 9 picks made. That's looking at entire roster, studying it the day before, going into each of their fights, looking at each of their full profiles, comparing their past 5 fights, how recently those past 5 fights occurred, how many of those out of those past 5 fights were wins, where were those events, were they just fight nights, were they contender series, were they in a different league? When they were in a different league and you see they're racking up a lot of wins, you want to check where they, oh, they must have been really good, they fought for the belt, how many wins did this person have? That's pretty soft for a belt fight right there, 8-5. That's almost like somewhere else, and you say, oh, was this person fed a bunch of fights that maybe weren't super competitive? Oh, wow, they were. So this guy in the UFC perhaps won't translate as good, but then when you find the other guy has the same history, or perhaps say he's 30, I bet this guy's going to be 8 then. Okay, 33. But you can see a fading fighter, or a less competitive one. It's pretty easy to look at that 5-win streak and see the competitive edge. That's how you make sure things list. This fight had no vibes. Said it at the start of this. There's a lot of fights here that had weird vibes. This one had weird vibes. Even this one kind of had weird vibes. We were able to call it in the end. This one, where it was going to go. This one had weird vibes too, but we were call it. just look at their record and say, oh, maybe it's kind of soft, maybe it's kind of padded. But then you look at the other guys and you realize he's only ever fought in the UFC under contract one time, and it was on short notice, and he did have a win. So you start to think, maybe not. But then you look, and he was fighting in a different league for a while before he even got that call. He was a short notice call last minute. And then really made this stand out was the rivalry they put this guy through. Tavares, his knockout win in the Contender Series, and then good enough to put them right onto a main card there. Or main event, I should say. So decisions like that contribute, but still weird vibes, and not enough to make it to the sure things list, but enough to make it to the sure things list. This is one, if you were to consider parlaying, maybe parlay this. You could parlay this separately. It's really, I don't know, you don't want to put too many eggs in one basket. I really don't advise parlaying over 4 legs. It's just irresponsible. But if you were to have parlayed all the sure things, that's my best guarantee at you getting a good payout of the parlay. You can get all these odds probably with a $30 bet to probably $100 if you were to parlay all that. So then you want to take the safer bet here, where if you do $40 in the round robin with the max payout, if all of these landed, so I've paid out $152 here, but say one of these fighters had lost, it still would have been able to pay out every single one of these times 2 picks. It would have parlayed, so there would have been a parlay of Corey and Bo, and then there would have been one with Corey and Jackson, and Corey and Rodriguez, and Corey and Sydney, and then there would be one of every variation. And that's why it says times 15. It'll do as many bets as it takes to make every variation of that parlay. So when you do one big parlay and it loses, say you did this all on a parlay and one guy loses and then you lost all that money, this only loses your $1.50 bet on your 6-pick parlay. So it loses a bit of the portion of the max payout, but you only lost $1.50. So that's hedging your bets, because now you have all of these 5 picks that could still win. And if another guy loses, then you lose your 5 picks, but then you still have your 4 picks, and you've made 15 50-cent bets. So you're at about $7.70 here, and any of these could pay out enough to get at least your $40 back if any of these win. If these don't win, you have 3 of the 7 people make it that far. You still have a chance of probably making about $20 back at this point, so you can make half of it, which is still hedging your bets pretty good. And then lastly here, you're going to have the 2 picks, which you got 15. That's your safest bet. That's why you want to put the most into this typically, because any 2 combinations still have a chance of returning. You got a $10 to $15 return there, so it's not a... But on a night like this, good chance you could see that. To the 2 so the it's crazy that we have both these cards on these fights on the same card. So now we're gonna want to see, what do we think? Bo Nickals on the sure thing. So we're gonna have to pick Bo, but who's gonna do it? He's got knockout power. He's got sub power. He's an all-state wrestler. Penn State all-state wrestler. He's been knocked out. Tired from that knockout. He got knocked out by that guy, then he fought him again. He got knocked out again, and then he tired. He's had 2 submissions. Kevin Hall gets submitted by these recently. Okay, no, I guess that was just a Ritter. Okay, he got submitted so hard. He got submitted by. Okay, but Kevin Holland loses to everyone. Let's say that. He's just a. So I think this guy's hype. He did sub this guy, who's the most subs, but he's an old. He's had a lot of fights recently. Greg is coming off a lot of fights though. But a lot of his fights haven't had to make it out of the first round, so he has like 3 years of fighting unscathed. Probably didn't take too much damage here. I think I remember this. So I don't think he's gonna be able to submit Kevin Holland. I don't think he's gonna sub him. He's proved though. I honestly think he might not. I think it's gonna be Bo by decision. So we're gonna go Bo Nickel by decision. Bo takes Ritter down. Bo looks like he might be about to submit D. Ritter. No, it looks like he's gonna break loose, but the fact he made the attempt is crazy. Ritter was able to the top guard on Bo. They're both just taking turns fighting submission angles. Bo's still on the bottom, retaining top control, shifting to side control. Nickel is still the favorite at the end of the first. He had more control time and significant takedowns, which seems to be to the crowd better than significant strikes landed by, which actually is only significant strikes to Bo's 3. He has thrown strikes though. Ritter's landing some big shots here in the start of the second. And not quite able to feeling the difference in the size of the two men. Starting like a little. There is starting to feed it to Nickel. Nickel looking at very. Ritter puts the lights out on both. High. So there it is. Late set. Sure picks. Nickel. Letting it down. Dutchman. Happy to see. Dutchman. There it is, the upset of the. Oh, it's Corey Sandhagen? Sandhagen? Corey something or other. We'll see how it works. Damn, D-Ritter making a big call. You often see that guys that once had the title don't quite make the run back, especially against guys that if they win, it's outranking him by one, and if he wins, he's next at a title shot. So I think it's pretty safe to say we're gonna see Sandhagen. I think we're gonna see him win by knockout. Pretty evenly matched so far. First minute into the first round. If I had to give a mild edge, I'd say maybe Sandhagen. Figueiredo lands a good uppercut, breaking the clinch. Both kind of vying right now. Center control. Figueiredo's been on his back foot a bit more than Sandhagen. Good head movement here on Figueiredo. Big uppercut there from Sandhagen, but it lands in a takedown for Figueiredo. It's his back. I think he has his neck. He's holding on pretty good. But he's around his shoulder. Real threat. Figueiredo's got the leg of Sandhagen. Really in a threatening position. It's kind of set Sandhagen up, land down arrow. He's landing some good elbows, some kicks. Yeah, he's capitalizing on this top mount right now. Big elbows. Figueiredo's gonna want to break this position or do something here. Getting hammer pounded on the head. That he's dealing a lot of damage. Figueiredo deciding. Corey annoyed by the attempt bar held there for so long. Figueroa really just latching onto his legs. Sandhagen. Really, really dominant round there for Sandhagen. Figueroa still really trying to show he's in this fight. Been really close. Being very technical, picking their as well. Figueroa looks like he's take down there. Sandhagen. Figueroa back halfway through the second round, leashing pound on. unable to stop Sandhagen. And there you go. It looks like Figueiredo's knee got twisted as they were doing a bunch of leg locks there, rolling around. And after a quick ground and pound, it looks like an early stoppage, but Figueiredo is still lying. So the ref saw something that did. It was a great stoppage. He was controlling anyways. They honestly spared him a lot of damage. Yeah, I was confused by Bo Nichols starting two. I thought the way they had it listed here looked like Bo was the main event. But yeah, it was quite a upset. Gut was kind of telling me the Dutchman was gonna take it away with that height advantage. I didn't know he was gonna utilize those knees so well. So much hype behind Bo coming off a 7-win streak. It was hard to go against the underdog there, but you can see now. Yeah, picks for tonight. Besides Bo, every single pick right here. I mean, hit the parlay, but if you round robin did, then too bad off here. You only would have lost the 6th pick and a couple of the 5 picks, but you still would have won a majority of these, and you probably on that round robin would have come away with about $100 still. Maybe closer to like 60 or 70, but still you would broke even there. So go down with. But yeah, there we have it. Fight night rate. Their pick. Kind of thought Ivan was gonna get the decision, but Jillian came out and was dominant. That was one of those ones where the vibe was weird. And we had Thomas the Tank Engine, guy that looked a little autistic coming out, and then they say Thomas the Tank Engine. It's like, oh, likes trains. But he ended up having a dominant performance as well and won by decision. Was part of the Sure Picks list. See, here's the first pick here. Sure Picks list where. So let's see. Then Wang Bang Lee, those wily underdogs that he got the submission, didn't see that coming. Put Gaston in his place. Jillian thought she would get the decision, but she ended up getting her, I believe it was in a submission hold. Just ground and pounded her until Asmat. This was one I was feeling about her between Jillian and Asmat there. Two sure picks on the that one. So if you hit a parlay there on the prelims, on all bad. Got the last one there. Nisha was an entertaining fight for sure. She came out dominant, but ultimately pick Santos, who did come away with the decision. Somebody retired somebody tonight. I think it was Jillian. I think I called it too. I was like, Jillian's gonna retire that Rodriguez chick, and Rodriguez did retire tonight. So some news there. And then it went into Mason Jones. He was another sure pick we had here. First main card sure pick, and he did one -600, pretty safe. Veteran Stevens did put up a good fight there. And this one, again, weird vibes on it. Could have gone either way, so it didn't make any of the sure picks, but we did have it included there in the round robin, which would have added some nice juice to that, considering Bo Nickel everybody, so that was great. But again, if you hit the round robin on that, you could have recovered from that loss there. And with the padding from Sydney, I keep calling him Sydney because who calls somebody City with an S? But with the City win over Cameron, able to do pretty good there. Then the sure win we had was Montel Jackson, pretty dominant display. Daniel Marcos, who did have a perfect victory or a title going into this, but he did lose that tonight. Then another one that had weird vibes that we weren't sure about, but so didn't make the sure picks on the main card, but we did have the vibes here, and he did end up winning. His past few losses had come against some really high tier opponents. Santiago, despite them both being 38, Santiago was a much more weathered opponent. He has been fighting a lot longer. Daniel Rodriguez started fighting when he was about 25, 26. So he's bared about 6 to 7 less years of punishment on his body. And he came in the more calculated fighter with some big hits there with an impressive third round knockout. A lot of the time in slightly heavier weight classes, you see the gas tank sometimes slow down, but it also kind of leaves them open in the third round. They've just got so much power behind all their swings that once the guards go down a little bit and they get a little sloppy, it was playing into Santiago's hands, but the chin of Rodriguez held up and he was able to land something that put him to sleep there, so that was a good one. Then the Bo Nickel fight confused everyone and wasn't the main card and happened first, so D. Ritter with a very impressive come into the UFC. He's riding a 2, and this is now 3 wins in the UFC, and he called out Strickland. He said, "I've beat your best American submission artist. I want your best American striker. Give me Sean Strickland." So it'll be interesting to see if he gets that. There are projected title shots for him in the future. Very dominant win over Bo Nickel, who was so heavily favored, he made it look very easy. Yeah, so he got knockout victory, and you think he probably would have taken him to win by submission, but I think that fight caught everybody a little bit surprised. It was a good fight, and I recommend watching out for D. Ritter in the future. He has a lot of kickboxing at his dispense. He was throwing very vicious knees to the stomach of Bo Nickel there that seemed to have stunned him pretty early, maybe caught him in the lip or something, and he just pretty much crumbled to wasn't able to defend himself very well there. And then we had the main card, Figueiredo. I mean, if he had ended up losing your parlay and you wanted to bet a buck on maybe this underdog here winning, nobody really. He shows up looking in good shape, but I mean, he's getting a bit past his prime here. He was a weight class bully before, so some of his wins and title shots there are a little padded by him maybe punching down a bit. So now that he's in a weight class more suited to his body, he is meeting guys that can punch down to him a little. Hence the performance we saw tonight. He really got beat up on there and spent a lot of time trying to grab the leg of one Sandhagen, looking like he was going for some sort of knee leg lock. But it ended up working to his disadvantage at the end, where Sandhagen was able to twist him around enough that ref ended up stopping it for what looked like a ground and pound, but ended up being a knee injury. Must have dislocated his knee or something in that roll there. It was hard to tell, but yes, tapped out. So there you have it. Sure Picks did let us down with a bow nickel, but besides that, we did come away with a perfect score tonight. So we're looking for the bookie in the future. Keep me in mind here. Go by Cringy Cruise on Twitch. This will be up on YouTube. Next time I stream this, it'll be directly on YouTube. So be sure to subscribe if this is something you're interested in. I will have the live odds and the stated ESPN shot tracker going on these fights with some live commentary and reaction. Leave any comments in the video if there's something you think I could do to make it better or more engaging. Just a piece of information you think I could include that you guys would like during the fights, let me know. I do this all for passion, so this is just a little hobby for me. I'm having a lot of fun with it. I hope maybe somebody can make a couple dollars off of some educated decisions here. Again, we like to go in, compare their past 5 fights, go back a bit deeper, compare their wins, see if they have any soft wins, look what leagues they're fighting in, if it was the UFC, Bellator, or something such, see their wins drop off once they've switched to UFC to notify that they're not ready for the change in competition, different things like that. A lot of different factors and parameters take into account here coming up with these. Again, as you can see, 8 out of 9 is a pretty good track record here. We'll see if we can get that perfect next time. But let's at least keep it in that 90 percentile there. See if I can make you guys money in the future. Until then, it was a blast. Follow, subscribe, comment, tag your friends, share. Let's keep getting this pay-per-view as free as we can. It was fun. Guys, next we have UFC 316, 315. Rob Hirsch. Don't ever ask me to get their names right. Some Usman. Someone is fighting next week. Sure, I'll have the names right. I'll be much more studied then. See if I can make some money then. So yeah, have a good night. Catch you guys next time. And shout out to Derek World in chat.